Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say yes
So
or no.
at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight, and what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler DeSilva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
Okay. And is this picture accurately reflect what Jack was wearing that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence States 53.
Showing you States 53 again, now for the jury's benefit. Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling, like obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gather his things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
When you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
no,
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No,
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
no.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house, well, withdrawn, at some point in time you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't tell us what he said. Did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it, you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with, and we would go play basketball, pickup games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf of.
We can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions, being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. It's a full exhibit. Do you recognize State's 5?
Yes.
And what is State's 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
what time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids? May approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
A picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie more? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56. You recognize 56.
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, I'm going to show you State's 57. You recognize State's 57.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy. Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits. No
Right,
objection, Your
All right, without objection, court will go ahead and take into evidence states 54, 55, 56, and 57, I believe.
Honor. I may have a moment, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
After I publish.
Madam Clerk, those went through 57, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Showing you State's 54, now publishing that to the jury. State's 54 is again,
Faison Teal.
and was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? Picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. I've known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lokovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lokovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Okay. Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah,
Okay. Have you ever been intoxicated before?
yeah,
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
no.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
Okay. And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. Well, as we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was collective. A couple people would tell them to pull up, so I did.
So you told them to pull up? And when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
You said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. Can I see?
Yes.
The front of 43 Laurel Glen. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
the Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah,
That's Tyler Rich's house.
yeah,
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now, at some point in time, a car arrives.
yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you States 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited, well, withdrawn? When you were aware, became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to at like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there, and we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now I'm going to take you back now, okay? Let's back up. This is State's Exhibit 6, okay? Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both, okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay, and where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Bilko doors?
Yeah.
So those are like the basement doors that
Yeah.
open like this? And what side of the house are the Bilko doors in? I'm showing you State 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that. Certainly, of course.
You would.
right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. So, Your Honor, if the record can reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in State 6, in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening area here.
All right, that's noted, thank you.
And when you came out of the Bilco doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilco doors? Not at first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where this patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So, was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road,
It was pulled up onto the side.
on the side of the road? So right about here?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of Stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel, Glen, and Adams.
All right, that's noted, thank you.
So the car was parked there.
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car?
In your group? No, in
our
your group.
not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing
It was facing
towards Adams or away from Adams?
away, down
Away.
the road.
So if we're looking at Let me approach your arms.
Okay.
This is stage 1. So when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from prior at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them, they're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if if the car is parked here on the right side in stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Are you the side of the car?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road?
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car?
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you recall who was driving the Pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah, a few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else, excuse me, what else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive and drove forward, and I had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding, I
Okay.
guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in States 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or
If you see, it's like a square, so I don't really remember if they drove the square or
if they just busted a U-turn and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back and
they
forth.
crossed the house multiple times. yes.
Okay, and when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
Okay. And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them, okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
they had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So, for the jury's and the record's benefit, this is States 1. If we're looking at States 1, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front, did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area?
Yeah, in that vicinity.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness was saying they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36 Laurel.
It's noted, thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stop down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road? Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to, not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the
Okay,
basement door.
So you walked. Before you get back into the house, can you show me on States 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox,
Yeah.
on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, Your Honor, if the record can reflect my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet into the road.
Court will note it, thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilko doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes? And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and De Silva were out of their car.
Okay, now, show you states 52. Okay, now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taking. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
I'll show you states 50. A little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees and the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind
Can you
of,
describe it.
kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area? Or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck past the black truck and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the
Right,
time,
this
so we
is-
kind of, just walked down like exactly where it is and then like bended into the grass.
So, if I may have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to show you states 5. When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you states. For the record, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is states 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in states 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity right here.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here, and the red bush.
All right, so noted, thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like at that point?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, like slightly illuminating. It was dim lit, moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark, you were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up, facing
towards Adams.
kind of like,
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted, thank you. Cordell noted, thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that, you see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Lito would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
Couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, at one point, yeah.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as
Yeah.
well. Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But you're from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready, just like ready to fight.
Okay.
Prepared.
And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long.
When
Maybe
you say not very long, how,
a minute or two.
okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happen?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me, so I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it, and then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt
Matt
Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler
Jake.
Rich
Yeah.
and Jacob Villalobos. Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight. No.
Not during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, maybe right on the cement.
Just watching.
So you were in that general
I
area?
stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner?
Tanner Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say, withdrawn, tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah, so while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so, just so we're clear, States 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block septic cap here and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe like,
Maybe a little farther back as well.
okay, maybe, so but probably around just to the lower right-hand portion of
Yeah.
52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes.
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
He runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, where did you observe where Tyler De Silva was at this point?
He's kind of like in the road.
Road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler De Silva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawn, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah,
Okay. A lot of kids?
a lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe, like from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I had looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
States 57. The outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy, withdrawn, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car. I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay, when you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in States 52?
Not many.
Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was, and I would like
That's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the
Far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
Okay. So you saw red on the shorts and he fell to the ground? When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him, and then I noticed Tommy and interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's
He
okay.
was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off to give it. I gave it to Charlie first to give to, and told him to give it to Tommy to wrap his leg.
And when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it, and then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding, and we took him out. We were like, "Dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go," and then it kind of just all. Once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So, did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, withdrawn, after, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time that first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough
And
while we were there.
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom, because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay, and at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Marcenzic. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridzik's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve
No.
any drinking?
No,
Okay. Any other substance use?
no.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4.
No, because I didn't have that many. Wasn't able to get anything for that night, really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of,
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer,
He did.
correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Okay. Is it possible?
I don't think
Judge, that's
so.
possible?
Sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had,
Hold on just a minute.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible, it's speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes if you have anything in there and you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at the Ridzik's house?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No,
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
no,
And at some point, you went over to the Lifers' house, correct?
yes,
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
yes,
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially,
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes,
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
yeah, not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin or
No.
relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call
Yes.
him a cousin.
Yes,
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
yeah, it was a St. Joe's party.
It
Often
was a St.
attended
Joe's
St.
party.
Joe's. Yes,
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
yes.
You were not from St. Joe's,
No, I was not.
nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski.
No,
And there were 4 kids there, but you, from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
yeah,
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? and Raul Valle, correct? And you knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him,
Yes.
and that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah, the garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage. Maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being
door
played?
door was shut, and the way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, or Raul Valle were, is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were, is that
No.
fair to say?
Correct.
And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
had agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just students?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant,
Yes.
and that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Light for your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet,
I
correct?
believe so. Yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was. Yeah, he was brought him to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, he removed his helmet and struck him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah,
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement?
sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines is the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no
So
one
you-
else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I don't. I recall Hines tackling him.
And you told us here, and you told them then, that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah,
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
yeah,
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't sort of say be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happen, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it. And he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "Dude, like you're in that. Like there's 3 of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you, like, parents?
Yes.
His mom was home, yeah.
You were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
Well, they said they were running one-on-one fight. At Hines, it was, like, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway?
I didn't know they were in the driveway, or in the house, sorry.
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds?
As much as 40, nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if he picked them up or if she handed them to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls, and they had witnessed what happened, and we were like, "Do you guys mind bringing us home?" And they had no problem with it.
But you don't recall who that was.
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines's beers that he had
No.
just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazybrook house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're
Yeah.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazybrook Road.
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah. Me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, "What the hell? That was bull."
A little pissed off?
Yeah. We weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It was started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we had 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valley, Mr. De Silva, and Mr.
I found that
Snyder
out
were
after,
added,
but in the
correct?
given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah. My phone number is the number that sent it. Yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah,
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened, and we're like, because they started off with come to Trumbull High, so we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High, and said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text
No,
the
nobody forced me
address.
to text anything. No.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. And you told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. By more, if it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had 1 beer?
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not gonna rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. Like, it wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not like you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No,
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music. People having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong
Like
table?
a table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside,
Yeah.
correct? How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we were here. Someone ran outside, didn't see him, and then someone else was like, "There's a car outside," and that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
Few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
But yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside, they were in the group chat, they said they're here. Curiosity, walk outside, everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
43
go.
Laurel Glen
I'm
Drive
gonna
after
go
the fight?
confront them. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. But this was more of like, me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there, so they were kind of taking control. And it was more like people. They were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you've told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
Oh, it's right there.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
We gotta rotate it.
That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
Close up of the Honda Pilot. The outside of the windshield. It's not close. Just a moment, Mr. Marcinzik. I'm trying to get an exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen, so I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car? I was
How did you come out of the house?
through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know, if this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open, and there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway?
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement?
That's the second time when they come back. The first
Okay.
time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down
Yeah,
the
we all
driveway?
walked down. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand?
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which
Looking at the
side
people.
of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or
Well,
not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car?
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't.
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
I'm gonna object as to argumentative.
I'll allow it overruled.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address, but sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked
Yeah,
on the
there
other
was-
side
There
of the
might have
road.
been one or two car parked near the mailbox, but there was, on the other side,
It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between
I
the
was-
pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed. But once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down, and they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you
Yeah.
wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything, so
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle, fair to say?
Objection is the characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present. Mike Samperi was present. Alex Burnson was present. Tanner was present. Yes?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct? You grew up with all these kids,
I
correct?
did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who. It's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I
I'm gonna
walked
object
it.
this asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct? And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or
No,
because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back in. I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I didn't, like, I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido, yes.
Those, you think only those two people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those two people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No,
at
I went
Farmhouse
back
Lane?
inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes,
Who else went back inside with you?
majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I had just kind of met Burns. I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No,
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down
didn't
to
tell
details.
them about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were gonna come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically said that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were gonna come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was, and they were looking, but it wasn't like,
Well, did one kid stay outside or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at the, I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was, someone just yelled, like, they're back, and everyone was like, what? And all funneled out the back doors. Like,
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent, yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinsic?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts,
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts, they sent texts, multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah,
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
no, that's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside,
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
and you said, "Sitting ducks, ODE, very scared," right?
Yes,
And then you asked, "How's your car, pussy? Fold, that's crazy, right?" And that was after you'd gotten out?
it's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and
Or
down the
driven
street.
up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD, 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight.
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come and like there'd be no point in having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them, yeah.
Oh, once you were asked about them, you told them that they
Okay,
existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinzik, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared, I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir.
Well,
Is
then
that
I
what
had a
you
misconception.
said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
Okay. Let's see. At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you've described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn, okay?
Yes, like the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car
I
returned?
was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody,
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things
Yeah,
occurred.
if the car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight.
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. Like, the people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler DeSilva out there.
Yes,
You see Raul Valle out there.
yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there.
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah,
Three parties,
yeah.
Snyder, DeSilva, and Valley, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I
Well-
noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, like, or with anybody specifically. Like, I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. DeSilva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not gonna speak up for people, but or specifics, or like I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like it was mainly like I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. De Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Like Rich was on the ground. De Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really. Like just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was
I
live
have
streaming
no
this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this
You think
event.
somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. It's a. Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that.
Yes.
You were close to that.
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation, yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our friend Ty, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw a
like
punch.
everyone kind of saw it, like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valle
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a
it,
movement of some sort?
yeah, like they were
Describe
squared up to
that
each
movement.
other, just like he was like it was. He didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is gonna defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like, obviously we're not gonna, like, you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like, there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because the crowd, and it went down. The crowd blocked that all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all crowded together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time. No.
Didn't see Alex Burnson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Burnson do?
He would when he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lokovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
Objection, he said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people, so I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection, just testified he couldn't see.
Sir, overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Obviously people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't, I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Where
For
you've
the-
described by the red bush and the
Yeah,
cement square? You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary, maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself
Yeah.
seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was,
Like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up.
so when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all kind of, a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that.
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it
Who showed it to you?
by the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, I had not. That night, I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers,
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
okay? And you
Or-
were
or early in
16 at the
night.
time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valley hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah,
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
Nah, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep, we grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
And you would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on a field, he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No?
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Doesn't, if not, if that's what he said, I'll overrule. The question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he
If I
would
understand.
describe him as that.
Describe him as?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
I'll allow it overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably
he-
not.
Yeah, like he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinzik, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Valley as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Valley as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva, so I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground, someone's gonna just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like, just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah,
Villalobos was in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
yes,
Yes, sorry, you have to.
Sorry.
For the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah,
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
Okay. You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first. So I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was it. I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded, out of childness, I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something. But that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face?
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know, I didn't know who it was at the time.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You told us when the swarm occurred on Mr. Valley, you couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out in specific. There was
And you didn't
people.
see him again until you saw
he
him
ran
at the
into the
car,
road.
correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all willed to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall, so I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah. He pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valley?
Like, once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like, I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, and where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling he has a knife was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No. At least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right. I'm assuming there's going to be some redirect?
Yes,
Is that correct? All right, this is a good time to take our morning recess. So we are going to break for 15 minutes for the morning recess. We'll pick back up at 12:15. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, thank you. All right, so good afternoon. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, so we have resolved those and we are ready to proceed. I'm going to ask the witness to take the stand. Thank you. Please watch your step, have a seat. I just want to remind you, you continue to be under the obligation of your oath. All right, and we'll bring the jury in. Thank you. All right, ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors. All right, thank you. Before we begin with redirect to the jurors, I just want to apologize for the delay. We did have technical difficulties. We've resolved them. We're good, and I'm going to ask the state to come on up and conduct its redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon. I want to direct your attention to your testimony on cross-examination when counsel asked you about this group chat that was going on. Early on in the group chat, you had mentioned on cross that there was a comment about going to Trumbull High School. Was that sent by anybody from your group?
No.
Was that sent by somebody from the St. Joe's group?
Yes.
Do you know who sent that?
No, it was a random
What
number.
was your understanding of the request to come to Trumbull High School? Why?
To go fight there.
Okay. And did anybody from your group go to Trumbull High School?
No.
And the back and forth in this group chat, you indicated it was argumentative. Do you know the subject of why there was this back and forth between you and your friends and the St. Joe's group? Was that over what had happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Now, when counsel asked you about, you went outside when the car initially drove up to the house at the beginning, and you said that you went outside because you were curious.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Like, we had no idea what's gonna happen. Like, we're gonna go outside. We're gonna see what's going on. It might have been a lack of better term. I used curious there, but we just all head outside. I think there was people here. We knew what was going on prior.
In your mind, did you expect to fight at the house?
It was a thought. I didn't know if it was exactly going to happen. It could have been settled. I don't know, but some sort of interaction, yeah.
And in your mind, if there was going to be an altercation at Tyler Rich's house, would it have been a fist fight?
Yeah.
Would you have brought any weapons to this fight?
No.
Now, when the car pulled up, was the group chat still going on, or did it die down a little bit?
It's like once we were in person interactions, they died down. There were still texts here and there, but it significantly died down once we were in the same vicinity.
Now, when the car took off down the street, and I think your testimony was went up and down the street a few times, you indicated they threw things at you guys threw things back. Did the group chat continue at that point, do you recall?
Yeah.
And how did it continue?
There was text on both parts.
Let me ask you this. Did you say anything in the group chat when the car was driving back and forth or after?
Yeah, it
What
was
did you say?
something along the lines of like, throw stuff at our cars, throw stuff at us, like, good one, like, get out of the car.
Now, when the car drove away, up and down the street, you saw it stop finally down near farmhouse. Did you see the car leave the area for good?
No. Or at one point, yeah, they took the turn on the farmhouse, but I believe they just came back up around
So,
the block.
but at some point in time.
At some point, it left for you.
Later
yeah.
that night, the car came back.
Yeah.
Was there any talk about back and forth on your part about having the car come back, let's fight, or had you had that?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, when the car finally returned, you went outside to watch.
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
Because they said that they were here. That they were actually here this time. They were coming. So we all went outside, and the older guys kind of took the reins and were like, "What's up?"
At any point in time, did you tell them to leave prior to that final interaction on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen?
Not in like a discreet upfront way, but there was definitely like a get the F out of here, like leave, like, you know, just like a part of arguments. Like, you're sitting in your car, get the hell out of here. Just things like that.
And when they returned on the front lawn, your expectation, you were going to what? See what on the front lawn potentially?
A fight.
And in your mind, a fight, did a fight include the use of weapons?
No.
Did any of your friends have weapons?
No.
Now, counsel indicated on cross-examination that you had told the police that there were 3 people that got out of the car that night. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't directly recall the exact question I was asked for that response. I just know that there was 3 people involved, so maybe they took me involving the 3 as like all 3 were literally involved and were in the fight.
But as you sit here today, do you know whether or not Jack Snyder was involved in the fight?
He was not involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva was involved in the fight?
He was involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not the defendant was involved?
He was involved in the fight.
And do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva and the defendant were the only 2 individuals on that front lawn from that car?
Yes.
So they came back.
Yes.
And based on the nature of what was said during the interaction between Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva and the defendant and Ty Wood and Ryan Hines, was the tone of that conversation, not what they said, but was the tone peaceful?
No.
Now, you were asked about what you recall witnessing after the fight starts, and you indicated that you saw Tyler DeSilva on top of Tyler Rich.
Yeah, at a point in time in the fight, and his head's kind of down to the side near Rich's head, and his back is exposed. His shirt is kind of.
So
pulled
he's
up.
on the ground?
Yeah, Rich is on the ground, and he's DeSilva's on top of him, but kind of Rich is kind of holding him down, kind of curling him in a ball, I guess, on top of him.
Okay, and so if I'm Tyler DeSilva, how is he on the ground?
Knees are on the ground, and then Rich was holding his upper
So
body.
he's on the ground. So he's on the ground like this, and he's in a headlock.
Yeah.
So, for all intents and purposes, what you witnessed during that fight was Tyler Rich was on his back.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know counsel asked you a little bit about what else you recall about that specific part of the fight. Do you recall
No, not usually, no.
Okay. If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yes,
Okay. From those 3 individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Lido,
Okay.
Raul.
When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul,
Okay. So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well?
yes.
Okay. Can you please point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant.
The record should so reflect. Thank you.
So Emily, as I refer to Lido or Raul as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person, okay? So Emily, at some point, when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's 3 individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes,
And what happened?
there was a fight.
Okay. And were you present when that fight took place?
Yes,
And when you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Okay. Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as Seasons Exhibit number 53. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Emily, you have a screen in front of you here.
Yes.
Looking at State 53, do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
Yes,
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido in the blue.
And in looking at State 53, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his neck?
Yes,
Okay. And from your recollection from that night at the party, do you recall if the defendant showed up wearing this helmet and the pillow, or did he retrieve it at the party?
he got it at the party.
Do you recall whose helmet that is that he's wearing?
I do not know exactly.
Okay. And when the fight broke out that you observed, do you recall if the defendant was wearing that helmet during the fight?
He was.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to the party that night, what was happening at the party? Was there drinking going on? Were there games being played? Explain.
Yes, there was drinking going on, and there was some games being played, like beer pong and other drinking games.
Okay. What type of alcohol was being consumed, if you recall?
Mostly beer and some alcoholic, like seltzers.
Had you been drinking?
Yes,
How many alcoholic beverages had you consumed?
I don't remember.
Were you, had you been drinking to the point where you were drunk, not able to stand, or?
No, no.
Okay. And you indicated you had driven to the party that night?
Yes,
Now, did you observe Lido or Raul drinking that night?
yes,
And looking at State 53, do you see the blue liquid that the defendant is holding in his hand there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is?
I
Do you
do
know
not.
what that is? Now, the individuals that arrived from Shelton High School, as you indicated, do you know the names of those individuals?
I did not at the time, but I did later learn that it was Griffin and Ryan.
Okay. And when you say later on, did you have interactions with them?
Yes, after the fight, one of my friends drove them away.
And is that when you learned their names?
Yes, yeah, in the car.
Now, when, as you indicated, Ryan and Griffin arrived at 5 Lazy Brook, if you can recall, or if you observed, how did the defendant, Jack, and Tyler DeSilva react?
They did not want them there.
Okay, and how do you know that? What were they doing, without going into what they were saying, how were they observed?
Trying to kick them out.
Okay. Would you say it was a bit of a hostile interaction?
Yeah,
Now, at some point, you indicated a fight broke out. Do you recall what that fight was over?
it was over like a little case of beer.
Okay, and when you say it was over a little case of beer, explain.
The Lido and like the others had taken it from them and wanted them to leave, and Ryan wanted the beer back and then he would leave, but so that's why they fought over the alcohol.
Okay. Were you standing there when, were you observing this? You were observing the beer being taken and then Ryan wanting that beer back?
Yes,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the boys from St. Joe's give the beer back to Ryan at that point?
no,
Okay. And because the beer was not given back, what occurred?
that's when the fight broke out.
And when you say a fight broke out, you indicated you observed the fight?
Yes.
To your recollection, explain what you observed when the fight happened.
I saw Lido punch Ryan from behind, and then that's when everyone started fighting.
Okay. And when you say everyone, who else was fighting?
Jack, Tyler, and Lido.
Now, Obviously, from stage 53, you can see here, you indicated Jack is wearing the red sweatshirt, Lito is wearing the blue shirt. What was Tyler wearing that night, if you can recall?
A light blue jersey.
Now, you had said that you were saying certain things during the fight when it was going on?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Trying to break it up.
Okay. And were you successful in breaking up the fight?
No, not really.
In addition to, as you said, you observed Lito hit someone in the back of the head?
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant doing anything else during that fight?
Near the end of the fight, he headbutted Ryan, who was on the ground with the helmet on.
So when you say headbutted, explain to the members of the jury what you mean by that.
He like took his head and like to the ground, like he like dive bombed with his head into Ryan, who was on the ground.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is motioning her head towards the front of her body to indicate what the defendant was doing with the helmet.
We'll let the record reflect the movement of the witness and the stand as such. Thank you.
Now, Emily, from your description, it sounds like the defendant had kept the helmet on as he was
Yes.
using it on Ryan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at any point did he take that helmet off when he was doing that?
No.
Okay. And did you observe him headbutt Ryan once or more than once?
I only remember once.
Okay. And we'll withdraw. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Yes. Emily, I'm going to show you what's marked as state 58. Do you remember seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who took that video?
Bella Molnar.
I'm sorry?
Bella Molnar.
Okay. Do you know Bella Molnar?
Yes, we were in the same grade.
So she was a friend of yours?
Yes.
And if we could just have a play the slowed down version, go to frame 90, please. Thank you. I'm going to show you a clip from one of the versions of that video. Okay, so looking at stage 58, can you see in your screen there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, if you can point out who was in the red sweatshirt there.
That was Jack Snyder.
Okay, and over to the left-hand side of Jack there in the blue jersey, who was that?
That was Tyler.
And over to the right-hand side of Jack in the greenish colored sweatshirt, who was that?
That was Ryan.
Okay, and do you see yourself anywhere in this video at this point?
I'm on like the far right. I don't think you can really see me yet.
Okay, we can just back it up. Rewind it. Do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm in the white shirt.
Okay, and so towards the back side of the video?
Yes, to not the far right, but just over from the person on the far right.
If we can play that just normally. So, Emily, you saw yourself walking towards the fight. Is that you
Yes.
in state 58? What are you doing at that point?
I'm trying to break it up, like push people away.
What did you do to break it up? What did you physically do?
I was trying to like push like people with like my hands.
So you had hands on people?
Yes.
Okay. Were you successful in getting anyone off anyone at all?
No.
And how close were you to the fight when you observed the defendant headbutt Ryan?
A foot or two.
Okay. And did you recall, withdrawn, after he headbutted, what occurred after that?
Then the fight pretty much subsided.
After the fight had ended, Is it fair to say that the party kind of dissipated at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and how did the party dissipate?
People were just starting to like be kicked out, basically.
Who kicked them out?
I think the parents, but I'm not completely sure.
As you were leaving the, well, withdrawn, did you leave the party at that point?
Yes,
Okay, and how did you leave?
I left in a Jeep that my friend was driving.
Okay, so you had indicated earlier that you had driven to the party.
Yes.
Did you leave your car?
Yes,
Okay, why did you go in the Jeep with your friends?
we were taking Ryan and Griffin away to wherever they needed to go.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe on him?
His mouth was bleeding and his nose was bleeding.
And withdrawn. Whose Jeep was it that you got into?
I believe that it was my friend Izzy's.
Okay. And where did Izzy go to after you left the party?
After she was driving us.
Yep.
I think we went back to my house after the night was over.
Did she drop off Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Yes.
recall where she dropped them off?
I do not remember.
And was it just you, Ryan, Griffin, and Izzy in the vehicle, or were there other individuals in the?
There were other people.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. Is this 59?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the foundation
Okay.
laid.
All right.
Emily, I'm showing you what's been marked as C59 for ID purposes only. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that photograph as?
It was a picture that we took on top of the Jeep.
Okay, do
After
you
the
recall
fight.
who took this photograph?
It was me.
It was you, and it was a selfie?
Yes.
Okay, and was this photograph taken after the fight had broken up and before you left the party?
Yes.
For Izzy to drive?
This was still on Lazy Brook Street.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict how you all were situated as you were leaving the party that night?
Yes.
Is there anything different in this photograph that you can point out that was different at the time of?
Not that I can see.
I'd like to submit as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right. Court will accept into evidence states 59 is full. Thank you.
Emily, I'm showing you State 59, which is now a full exhibit. Emily, do you recognize these individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this individual right here, who's that?
That's me.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's this?
That's Ryan.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's that?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And the person who drove the Jeep, Izzy, where is she in this photograph?
The far left.
Far left. So over here?
Even more like near the bottom left of the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And how soon after you took this photograph did you leave the party?
I believe right away, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And other than what you testified here to today, is there anything else that you can recall from that party regarding the fight that broke out at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Robinson?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So just want to ask you a few questions, and let's start where we ended. Exhibit number 59. That turned around. There we go. Okay. You have described yourself as being in the bottom right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And in your hand, is this one of those hard seltzers you described?
Yes.
Is that also seen in your hand when you are trying to break up the fight?
Yes.
And who is this person that is directly behind you wearing the green shirt and putting her tongue out?
Maeve.
Maeve?
Yes.
Does she go to St. Joseph? Where
Yes.
she did that time?
Yes.
And you said behind Maeve is Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And who is directly to Ryan Hines's right wearing a blue hat?
Casey.
Casey. is that also a St. Joe's, or was that a St. Joe's?
Yes.
student? And Casey, is she holding a beer?
Yes.
And behind Casey, is that Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
Did you know Griffin Marcinzik prior to this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines prior to this?
No.
And right beside Casey, in a white top with longer hair, who is that?
Katie.
And directly in front of Katie and Casey, making a face of some sort, who is that?
Grace.
Grace, also St. Joe's student
Yes.
at that time? And then this person directly beside her, you described that as being the driver, correct?
Yes.
That's Izzy?
Yes.
And Izzy was also a student at St. Joe's at that time.
Yes.
Were all of those folks drinking during the course of this party?
Not Izzy.
Not Izzy. Because Izzy's driving.
Yes.
You at least didn't see Izzy drinking, is that fair to say?
No, she did. She was known to not drink.
Okay. So you didn't see her drink that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you described the fight that broke out, and you said that the defendant punched Ryan Hines from behind, correct?
Yes.
You watched that video with us there of the fight that
Yes.
Ms. Molnar recorded? And did that capture the initial breakout of the fight?
Yes, that was the start of it.
It didn't capture, however, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines having a discussion about fighting for the beer, right?
Yes, it did not.
Because there was a point where Mr. Snyder asked Ryan if he wanted to fight for the beer, right?
Yes,
Okay. But we don't see that on that video, is that fair to say?
you do not.
But we do see them squaring up, and then we see Mr. Hines backing up a little bit, right?
Yes,
And he backs up into Mr. Valle, right?
I would say I can't tell from the video.
You weren't paying attention to that when it happened?
I guess no.
What were you focused on when the fight broke out?
I was just watching it all go down.
Okay. You didn't know Mr. Hines at that point?
No, I did not.
Would you say you were more focused on the St. Joe's kids that you did know, or on the kids that you didn't know?
I wasn't focused on one in particular.
And you watched that video with us, and you tried to break it up, and you saw yourself in that video, correct?
Yes,
You're holding on to that seltzer that you've got in the picture later.
yes,
And the fight sort of tumbles forward, right?
yes,
Behind a vehicle that's there?
yes.
That wasn't the Jeep that you've described as driving away in?
No,
Do you know whose vehicle that was?
that was my car.
That was your car that we see them go behind?
Yes,
Okay. Were you worried about your car getting damaged at all in the course of this fight?
no.
How close were they to your car? Were they bumping up against it?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, you said you got actually into the fight close enough that you were touching some of these people, correct?
Yes,
How many people were involved at that point?
I can't remember exactly the exact amount. Of
Were
people.
you the only person that was trying to break it up?
I believe so.
There weren't any other people that were involved trying to break up the fight?
I can't remember.
You don't recall Mr. Valle taking off the helmet, correct?
No, I do not.
Involved in this fight, there were at least Mr. Valle, Mr. Snyder,
Yes,
Mr. De Silva, Mr. Hines.
yes,
You yourself were involved as far as getting over there and putting hands and trying to break it
Yes.
up. You think it was just the five of you?
that's all I can really remember.
Where was Mr. Marcinzik at this time?
I do not remember.
Do you know where any of these other people were that were in the Jeep with you?
No, I do not remember.
It was chaotic, correct?
Yes,
You were focused on trying to break up the fight, is that fair to say?
yes,
You've described not seeing Mr. Valle take off the helmet, correct?
yes,
But you say that he headbutted Mr. Hines, correct?
yes,
And that he dive-bombed him with his head, correct?
yes.
Could you see what was at Mr. Valle's feet at that point?
I do not remember.
Could you tell whether or not he tripped?
No, I do not remember.
Could you see if anybody laid their hands on him and pulled him?
No, I do not remember.
You weren't focused on that, right?
No,
Whose hands, who were you touching with your hands when you were trying to pull somebody apart?
I believe it was Tyler's.
You ever been involved in a fight before?
No,
Was it scary?
Yes,
Was it dark?
a little, but there was lights from the garage.
Was it as light as it appears in the video that's been lightened?
I do not remember.
To your recollection, which of those more accurately reflects what you recall? The lightened video or the darker video?
I would say the lightened.
The lightened video is more
Yes.
what you recall.
Yeah.
When did you first learn about the video that Ms. Molnar took?
I do not remember.
Did she show it to you?
No.
Who showed it to you?
I think it was on on a story on my phone.
It was on a story on your phone?
Yes.
Can you educate me a little bit? When you say on a story, what do you mean?
Like Snapchat. Like someone posted it on their story on
Oh.
Snapchat.
All right, I'm going to show my age yet again. On your Snapchat, you posted a story. Can you describe for me what that is if I'm somebody who doesn't know?
Someone else had taken a video and posted it so that other people who they have chosen could see it.
Do you remember who that was?
I would believe it's Bella, but I can't remember.
So Bella posted that video on her story on her Instagram?
On Snapchat. I believe it was Bella.
Snapchat. Okay. Snapchat, is that the app that allows you to message but the messages disappear?
Yes.
So how were you able to view this on her Snapchat?
She posted it so that other people could see it, and then you can watch it for like a certain amount of time. It's like 24 hours, and then it goes away.
And how soon after the fight do you recall her posting that?
I do not recall.
Same day?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
So you had seen this video prior to speaking with officers on May 26th?
Yes,
Did you tell them about the existence of the video?
I do not remember.
Did you tell these officers about drinking that had been going on at the party?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
One question.
Attorney Messina?
Emily, counsel just asked you on cross-examination if you had seen anyone trip Lido. Do you recall seeing that at all?
No.
Do you recall seeing anyone push Lido?
No.
And what I mean by that is when he headbutted Ryan, was there anything at all other than him lowering his head and putting it on Ryan that you observed?
No.
There was no one else around. You didn't see anything else other than what you just testified to.
No, I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
You just told us that you didn't see anyone trip or push the defendant, correct?
Yes.
You told us that night you had your hands on Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
Was your focus on what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
It was more on the whole fight itself.
How many times have you seen that video that we've just watched?
A handful of times, maybe 10. I'm not sure the exact amount.
And what effect do you think watching that video 10 times has had on your recollection?
I'm not sure.
Are you able to tell what you recall from that night versus what you recall from having watched that video 10 times?
Yes.
And you can distinguish those two things here for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further? You may exit the witness box. Thank you. Please watch your step. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Say we call Tanner Chernowski to the stand.
Thank you. We can move over, please. Will you remove the two exhibits from the witness stand until we accept? Thank you. It has. So you're going to step into the witness box and just remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Tanner Chernowski,
Can you spell your last name?
CHERNOWSKY,
Please state your address.
108 Division Ave, Shelton.
Thank you.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tanner. Can you do me a favor? Keep your voice up, 'cause you're soft-spoken, okay?
Okay.
Tanner, how old are you currently?
I'm 21 years old.
And are you currently in school?
No, I'm not.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work at Extra Duty Solutions in Shelton.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Since last October, over a year now.
And did you go to high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School,
And what year did you graduate?
2021.
And prior to your testimony today, did you and I meet before?
Yes.
How many times did we meet?
About 2 or 3.
And what did we discuss?
Just about the case, and I would have to come testify.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school at that point?
Nope, I just graduated.
So did you graduate the year before in 21?
Yes, the year before.
And I want to direct your attention to later on that night. Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing? I would rephrase it as earlier that night.
So earlier that night, I was at my brother's house, and he was having a little bit of a get-together, and then I received a call to give Ryan and Griffin a ride to another party in Shelton.
So what time would you say you were at your brother's house?
I do not recall exactly what time, but earlier in the night,
And when you were at your brother's house, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
not prior.
Okay. And at some point, you say you left to go give Ryan and Griffin a ride?
Yes.
And where did you give them a ride?
I gave them a ride to Lazy Brook, which I found out later was the Lifer's house.
So Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And when you gave them a ride to Lazy Brook Road, where did you go pick them up first?
From Natalia Ritzick's house.
Natalia Ridzik.
Yes.
And you brought them from Natalia Ridzik's house to Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what time of night would you say it was?
A little later in the night, to relatively around 10-ish o'clock.
Okay. And when you got to Lazy Brook, do you recall whether or not Griffin and or Ryan had anything with them at that moment?
I do not. I didn't really examine them upon them getting in my car.
Okay. And when at some point in time, you got to Lazy Brook, and did they get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you park the car and get out as well?
No.
What did you do?
Once they got out of the car and shut the doors, I went back to my brother's house.
And when you got back to your brother's house, what were you doing when you got back to your brother's house?
Once I got back to my brother's house, I had a couple drinks.
And what kind of drinks were you having?
I do not recall exactly, but seltzers.
How long would you say you were at your brother's house for?
I do not recall exactly.
Did there come a time when you were at your brother's house where you were made aware of an incident that happened at Lazy Brook concerning Griffin and Ryan?
Yes.
And when you found that out, what, if anything, did you do with regards to withdrawing? Did you try to communicate or call Griffin or Ryan?
So I answered Ryan's call, which he informed me of an incident that happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Without telling us what he said.
hold on a minute, let me just deal with the objection, okay? I'm just gonna stop you. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent it was hearsay. I will go ahead and everything from after, yes, I received a call, to what Ryan said will be stricken from the evidence. I'm instructing the jury to disregard it. You'll get a final instruction at the end of this case during your jury charge to further explain stricken evidence and how that applies to your deliberations. Okay, so I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes.
May the witness just be reminded to keep his voice up. It's hard to hear here with the fan going.
Yes, certainly, okay. So I am going to ask you, the microphone does
Yeah, pull that
not
mic.
such a great job in terms of amplifying, but if you could speak into it and just remember to try to keep your voice up and also direct your answers to the jury. Thank you so much.
So at some point in time when you're at your brother's house, you received a phone call from Ryan Hines, and based on your discussion, you were made aware of an incident that happened in Lazybrooke.
Yes.
And when that happened, what, if anything, did you do?
I then was concerned, made sure he was okay, but I was informed that he.
No. Without telling us what was said.
Can you rephrase one more time?
So when you had this conversation with Ryan, did you at some point leave your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you drive from your brother's house?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you drive from your brother's house?
Because I started drinking, so I asked a friend for a ride.
And who did you ask for a ride?
Alex Bernstein.
Alex Bernstein? How do you know Alex Bernstein?
We met through mutual friends, but we have grew close over the years.
And when Alex Bernstein picked you up, where did he take you?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And the first five. I'm gonna show you states 5. Already been made a full exhibit. You recognize states 5?
Yes,
What is states 5?
that's Tyler Rich's house.
Is this the house that Alex Bernstein brought you to on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you go there after you had the conversation with Ryan Hines on the phone?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
He informed me that's where he was going.
Without what he said, were you going there to meet anybody?
I was going there to meet Ryan Hines.
Okay, so you had information that Ryan was going to be at 43 Laurel Glen, and you went there to meet him.
Yes.
Why would you go there to meet him? Did you have any concern?
I was concerned for him, so I went there to check on him.
Now, when you got there, how many people would you say were at 43 Laurel Glen at that point in time?
I do not recall exactly because I did not go inside.
Now, are you familiar with? I may have a moment.
Certainly.
Show your state's exhibit 54. You recognize state's 54?
Yes.
Who is that person?
It's Faison.
Faison Teal?
Yes.
How do you know Faison Teal?
We grew up together going to the Boys and Girls Club.
Do you recall whether or not Faison Teal was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 55. You recognize 55?
Yes.
And who is that in the picture?
It's Thomas Connery.
Is that right? Tommy Connery?
Yep.
How do you know Tommy Connery?
We grew up together as well. We were on the same sports teams in the same grade growing up.
Do you know whether or not Tommy Connery was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you states 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And who is this in the picture of 56?
Ryan Hines.
And you just indicated Ryan Hines was at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You went there to meet him.
Yes.
Finally, states 57. You recognize states 57?
Yes.
And Who is that a picture of?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
We have a lot of mutual friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, you say when you got to Tyler Rich's house at that point in time, what time do you think he got there, if you could recall?
I do not recall exactly. It was starting to get a little later in the night.
Now, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
Does he also go by a different name?
He goes by Ricky.
Goes by Ricky. How do you know Ricky Fiola?
We are good friends.
And do you know whether or not he was present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
He was.
And are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Sal Perry?
We're friends as well.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Perry was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Mike Sampieri?
Yep.
How do you know Mike Sampieri?
We are friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And Alex Bernstein was with you?
Yes.
And how about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie Connery?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
I grew up with his brother Tommy playing sports, so I was always around him growing up.
Do you know whether or not Charlie was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How do you know Jacob Villalobos?
He was on the same football team as me growing up.
And do you know whether or not Jake Villalobos was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
We're in the same friend group?
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We are also in the same friend group.
And was Matt Lockovich at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Now, when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, tell us how long you were there for, just about.
I would say around 20 minutes.
And when you say you were there for 20 minutes, when you were there, what were you doing?
I was outside talking to Ryan.
Show you States 50. Can you indicate on where on States 50? Well, let me ask you, do you recognize States 50?
Yes.
What is States 50?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, do you know whether or not this is a more recent picture? Right?
Yep.
You
Yes.
with that? Do you know where you were when you first got to Tyler Rich's house? If you could point us out in this picture.
I was on the right side towards where the picture cuts off.
Okay, so maybe near this red bush here?
Yep, relatively right by the red bush.
Okay, so may the record reflect, I'm pointing to the red bush to the right side of this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so court will note for the record, you're pointing to the red bush to the furthest right of the photo. Thank you.
And when you got there that night, what time was it about?
I do not recall exactly, but it was later in the night.
And what was the lighting conditions out when you got there?
It was relatively dark, but not pitch black outside.
Were you able to recognize people that you knew there?
Yes.
Could you see in front of you?
Yes.
Was there any light from the house being admitted in the front yard in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you meet when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I met Ryan Hines along with Tyler Rich was outside. Griffin Marcinzik was also outside.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
And how would you enter the house when you went inside?
Through the cellar doors in the backyard.
And where are the cellar doors located? Can you kind of point us out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
They are in the shadow that is made by the house, but they're not very visible in this picture.
Okay. All right, I'm showing you States Exhibit 5. Can you see on States 5 where you would have entered the side of the house?
Yes, right to the side of the metal object that's sticking out above the ground.
So right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is, may the record reflect, Your Honor, there is a clearing, looks like there's trees, but there's a clearing in front of the blue truck where there appears to be a AC unit, and that's what I'm pointing to. Is that
All right.
where you entered?
Yes.
Court will allow the record to reflect that that's the area that's been indicated. Thank you.
And what is located over here?
To the right of the AC unit, there is cellar doors on the floor.
And you would go inside the cellar doors?
Yes.
And when you went inside the cellar doors, what kinds of things were going on inside the house?
I went right down the stairs, but I did not make it fully into the house.
Did you observe what was going on?
No, I did not.
Was anybody drinking at the party?
Not to my knowledge, because I did not make it inside the house.
Were you drinking when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
So the only alcohol that you had up until this point was the couple of seltzers that you had at your brother's house?
Yes.
You know, at some point in time, you were standing in the cellar door stairway area,
Yes.
and at some point in time, did you leave that area to go back outside?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way back to the front.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back, and that's when I made my way to the front.
Now, did at some point in time, a car arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of car it was?
A dark-colored Honda Pilot.
Okay. And when the Honda Pilot arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you walk out and see who it was?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
I do not recall exactly, but Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were next to me.
And can you tell us on this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 50, when the car arrived at the house, did it park?
It was stopped in the middle of the street.
Okay, in the middle of the street where? Towards the can you tell us on this exhibit, Exhibit 50?
Yeah, relatively right in front of the mailbox in the middle of the road.
Okay. And when you encountered the pilot, how many people were outside the house at this point in time?
I do not recall exactly.
And was there a number of kids? Number of
Yes.
Shelton kids, your friends?
Yes.
And did you all approach the car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you tell us happened when you guys approached the car?
We approached the car, and there was a little bit of arguing with us outside of the car and individuals inside of the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Not at the time, no.
Could you tell us how many people you saw in the car?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. And at some point in time, during this arguing back and forth, what, if anything, happened during that interaction?
There was arguing back and forth, and then it was what appeared to be a glass bottle thrown out of the car.
And what side of the car was it thrown?
Towards the house, so the driver's side.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30. Is this the car that you saw that night?
Yes.
And when the car arrived on Laurel Glen, was it facing towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
When it arrived, it was facing towards Farmhouse.
And you said somebody threw a bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a glass bottle or was it a plastic bottle?
It was a glass bottle.
And when the bottle was thrown, did that come from the driver's side, the rear passenger side, or from the opposite side of the vehicle?
It
If you
was
can
the
recall.
driver's side.
And when the bottle was thrown, what, if anything, happened next between the individuals in the car and your friends?
There was arguing, and they sped off.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not anybody else threw things from the car or anybody from your friends threw things at the car?
I do not recall.
When the car sped off, what did you do next?
I was walking back towards the cellar doors in the backyard because Tyler said for everybody to get back inside.
Okay. And when you went back towards the cellar doors, did you hang out for a little bit?
Yes.
And when you were hanging out, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house again?
Yes.
Why did you exit the house?
I heard yelling that they were back.
And when you heard yelling that they were back, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you exited the house and what you did.
I exited through the cellar doors in the back, and I went through the clearing in between the house and the tree line. And once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights on, so I started a Snapchat video, and there was already a fight started.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. So once you came out of the Bilko doors, can you show the ladies and gentlemen on 52 where you walked to when you heard that they were back?
Stand up.
Yep.
I walked through a clearing through here and towards the front with my back against the driveway.
So you were in this area here, this grassy area here?
Yes.
And when you made your way over, withdrawn, when you were making your way over, had a fight had already started, or was there just arguing?
There was already a fight started.
Okay, and when the fight started, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed.
I observed a chaotic scene and a fight in the middle of the grass, and there was flashlights around, therefore I started a video.
Now, the fight that you observed, can you show on States 52 where the fight was occurring?
Yes. It was right in the middle of the grass out here.
And when you walked down to the area between the square cement thing there and we'll say between the mailbox and that's the area you were in? And some, go ahead.
I was right about by the concrete slab right here.
And at some point in time, the fight had already started and you indicated that you did what?
I then started a Snapchat video.
And can you explain what a Snapchat video is?
Yes. A Snapchat video is a social media app, and to start a video or take a picture, there's a little white circle at the bottom of your screen. So to take a video, you just hold down on the white button, and if your finger slips off that button, then the video will stop. Or to zoom in and out, you could go up and down. Anything you do to touch your screen will affect the video on the app.
Is it possible? Now, how do you save that video?
There is a button in the bottom left corner to save a video.
And when you observed the fight going on in this case, did you video it from the beginning of the fight?
I videoed it from when I walked out of the cellar doors in the backyard and the fight already previously started.
And when you videoed it, is the light on your phone on when you're videoing it?
I do not recall exactly.
Approach the witness. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60 for identification. Do you recognize State 60?
Yes,
And what is State 60?
that's the Snapchat video that I took.
And prior to today's testimony, did you have an opportunity to view this video that you took?
Yes,
And how do you know that this is the same video that you took?
it is the same exact Snapchat video I took.
And the initials here, whose initials are those?
And I also put my initials on the paper that the USB is in.
And with regards to the video, does this USB contain the original video you took on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain any other videos in connection to this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it also contain a video that is a lightened up version of the video you took?
Yes.
And outside of it being lightened up, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And is that video changed in any way from the original video outside of being lightened up?
No, it is not.
And does this USB also contain a video that is slowed down with some frame numbers on it.
Yes.
And outside of it being slowed down and lightened up with frame numbers on it, is that video changed in any way from your original video outside of those things?
No, it is not.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61 for identification purposes, you recognize State 61.
Yes.
And what is State 61?
It is a screenshot from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this accurately reflect a screen grab from a frame number or a frame in time from that original video?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes.
And what is State 62?
It is a screenshot also from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this screenshot differ in any way from what you observed in your video?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize State 63?
Yes.
And what is State 63?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
And again, is this different in any way from the video that you took?
No.
Showing you State 64. Do you recognize State 64?
Yes.
And what is State 64?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video I took.
Is this different in any way from the video you took?
No.
Showing you State 65. Recognize State 65.
Yes.
What is State 65?
It's also a screenshot of the Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way from what you reviewed from the video you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 66, do you recognize State 66?
Yes.
And what is State 66?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different from in any way from the video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 67, you recognize 67?
Yes.
And what is State 67?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way? Does this accurately reflect what a moment in time from that video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
Nope.
Does it reflect it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And State 68, recognize State 68.
Yes.
And what is State 68?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And again, does this accurately depict a screen grab from that video?
Yes.
And finally, 69, you recognize 69?
Yes.
And what is State 69?
It's also a screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And does this accurately reflect that moment in time from that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
Attorney Smith?
And if I may just quickly look at those.
Certainly, of
screenshots.
course.
I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence States 60 through 69 as full.
Now, when you came out to view the fight that had already started and started videoing, what do you recall seeing when the fight was going on?
Once I walked outside, it was a very chaotic scene in the middle of the yard.
And do you recall seeing anybody who was not your friends at the fight?
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing?
I recall seeing two individuals from the car previously.
And do you recall what they were wearing?
One of them had on a light blue, it appeared to be a jersey.
Okay. And do you recall what the other person was wearing?
I do not.
Prior to that night, had you seen those individuals before?
No, I had not.
And were you asked to identify any of those individuals by the police department?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to identify any of those individuals?
I was after reviewing my video.
And who were you able to identify?
Both individuals.
And who are they? Do you know who they are?
It was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in court today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black and white suit and tie.
Can you please point him out for the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
All right, so the court is going to note for the record that the witness identified the defendant. It is 3:25. Is this a good time to break? All right, so the court is going to go ahead and move into our afternoon break. We will take 15 minutes. We will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Court's in recess.
All right. Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may be seated, thank you. All right, we'll have the witness come back up into the witness stand. Thank you. Come on up and take a seat. I am going to remind you that you do remain obligated to your oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please bring in the jury. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all members of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I'll direct the state to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Tanner, before we took the break, I was just about to ask you about the fight itself. What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd, and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connery said anything during the fight?
Yes,
What do you
he
recall?
yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, nigga!
Now, was that the original video you took?
Yes, it was.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, nigga!
Was that the lightened up version?
Yes, it was.
Outside of it being lightened up, any difference from what you original?
No.
Yes, sir!
show you some stills from the video. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt, do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Fiola.
That's Rico Fiola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Ryan Hines, who's that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
And do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler Da Silva.
And do you know if there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you State 64. Direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt and it appears to be tan shorts on?
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on with the shirt hanging out the back, do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts, do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage, that's,
Matthew Lakovich.
and this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler Da Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68. The individual here with the shirt pulled up with the jeans on, can you tell us who that is?
Tyler Da Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, State 69. Do you know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler Da Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when you stopped filming, withdrawn. After the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark-colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds, and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there, and he was just out of breath, and then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his rib cage.
And what side of his do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what, if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside, or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance, and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway?
Okay. And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions at this time.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chanowski. You and I have never met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never discussed this case before.
No, sir.
You did, however, meet with the police and discuss this case, correct?
Yes.
And sir, it's your testimony that when you met with them on May 15th, you provided them with this video?
I do not recall if it was on the 15th, but to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Because you actually also met with them again on the 20th, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think maybe you provided it to them on the 20th and not on the 15th?
Yes, it may have been on the 20th.
You described for us your relationship with some of these folks, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
You described knowing Ryan Hines, and you knew Ryan Hines from school, correct?
I met him through mutual friends. Through mutual friends, and we live in the same neighborhood.
And you lived in the same neighborhood?
Yes.
And how would you describe the nature of that relationship? Was he your best friend? Was he an acquaintance?
He was a really good friend of mine.
A really good friend. Good enough that you would give him rides to and from parties even if you weren't necessarily going there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't really describe for us your relationship with Griffin Marcinzik, but how do you know Griffin?
Our families have been family friends since we were very young, so we consider each other cousins, but not by blood.
So close enough that you consider each other cousins, even though you're not actually blood related.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that same closeness in your relationship with Ryan Hines?
Not to the extent.
So you were closer with Griffin Marcinzik than you were necessarily with Ryan Hines. Is that fair
Yes,
to say?
sir.
And you described that you received a call to give a ride to Ryan and Griffin over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that point, you were at your brother's house?
Yes.
And just for the record, what's your brother's name?
Colin?
Colin?
Yes.
And how old is Colin
24, I believe.
now?
Yes, now.
So 21 at the time?
Yes, he was 21 or 22. It was his stepbrother's house, but he was residing there.
Okay. His stepbrother's not your stepbrother?
No.
Okay. Are you and Colin half-brothers?
Yes, same father.
Gotcha. And so you did give them a ride over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you just dropped them there.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't witness anything that occurred at 5 Lazy Brook.
No, sir.
Okay. Later, however, you got another call from Ryan Hines again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you got Alex Burnson involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't hanging out with Alex before that call, were you?
No, sir.
So after that call, you contacted Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recruited him to come and give you a ride over to 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know to go to 43 Laurel Glen?
Actually, sorry. Ryan informed me that that was where he was going to be going.
And he wanted you to come there and meet up with him.
I was more being a concerned friend, so I was going to go check on him no matter where he was.
Okay. And were you going to take Alex Burnson with you no matter what?
Alex was my first call because I had a few drinks and he does not drink. So I knew that in a serious situation that if I needed him to pick me up, he would.
So if there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you.
Objection as to the characterization.
I'll overrule it. That's how it was characterized by the witness.
Can you rephrase, please?
If there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you, correct?
No, not saying there was going to be a serious situation. It was a serious situation because I was made aware of something that supposedly happened to my friend. So to me, it was a serious situation to check on his well-being.
And that serious situation was you thought that there had been a fight that Mr. Hines had been involved with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you got Alex Burnson, not Colin, to take you over to 43 Laurel Glen. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you identified for us Alex Burnson in the videos that we just watched, right?
Yes, sir.
Alex Burnson's the guy with no shirt on who's standing over somebody and throwing a few blows, right?
Yes, sir.
How much do you think Alex Burnson, or do you know how had Mr. Burnson had to drink that evening?
He does not drink.
Does not drink.
At the time, he did not drink.
And you told us that when you got there to the house at 43 Laurel Glen, you had had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described those as being seltzers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also told the state's attorney on your direct examination that those had been beers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have both that night, seltzers and beers?
No, I did not.
Which one was it, seltzer or beer?
It was seltzer.
Do you know which kind of seltzer?
I do not recall.
And you can't tell us exactly how many of those seltzers you'd had?
Not more than a few.
Not more than a few?
Yep.
What is a few?
2 to 3.
You can't recall how long you were at your brother's, correct?
No, I cannot.
But it was enough time at least to have a few seltzers.
Yes, sir.
Was anybody else drinking with you?
At my brother's house?
Yes.
Yes.
Who?
I do not recall. My older brother's stepbrother's friends, their get-together.
And at this time you were 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who supplied you with those seltzers?
I do not recall. It was a get-together, so I really just grabbed them.
But you don't recall who supplied you as an underage person with those seltzers?
No, sir.
And you left your brother's house and went to Tyler's Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were driven there by Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And along the way, you claim you didn't have anything more to drink, correct?
No, sir.
And when you got there, you say you didn't go inside the house?
No, sir.
And when you got there, who was the first person that you saw?
I saw Ryan Hines
Where did you see him?
in the street/front yard area.
What was he doing?
He was standing there by a car, just talking.
Who was he talking to?
I do not recall exactly. I remember Griffin being out there and Tyler Rich.
And so to your recollection, when you arrived, it was just Ryan Hines, Griffin Marcinzik, and Tyler Rich that were outside?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you recall anybody else being there who you just didn't recognize?
Yes.
And how many people do you think were there that you saw?
I do not recall exactly, but not many. Maybe
Not many people?
No.
30 people
Are you saying outside talking to Ryan?
that you saw?
That I saw outside?
Yes.
Not many people, not 30.
Not at that point.
No.
Did you see Ricky Fiola when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Sal Perry when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Michael Sampiri when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
Yes.
Because he was with you.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Charlie Connery when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos when you got there?
I do not recall.
You did see Tyler Rich.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Michael Lokovich when you got there?
No, sir. I do not recall.
But you do recall seeing all of those folks in the video later on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were there for about 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you outside that whole time?
I was outside and I made my way to the cellar doors in the back and the staircase. Yes.
So for 20 minutes, you were outside and then you made your way to the cellar doors at some point.
Yes, sir.
And while you were there, you weren't having anything to drink at that point?
No, sir.
Did you see other people drinking?
I do not recall.
You say Ryan Hines was by a car?
In the front yard, there was a couple cars parked on the left side of the street if you're facing farmhouse, and then more cars parked on the right side of the street.
So cars parked on both sides of the street?
Yes, there was about not many cars on the left side towards the house. There was, I would say, maybe 3 cars, but there was more cars on the opposite side across the street.
So 3 cars on the left side by the house, even more cars on the right side,
Yes, sir.
across the street.
Yes, sir.
How many cars, if you recall, were in the parking, the driveway?
I do not recall exactly.
Do you recall later that there were cars in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a blue truck being in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other cars being in the driveway?
I do not recall.
Do you recall a basketball hoop being anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where was that located?
Right to the left side of the mailbox in the street.
And you told us that you went to the cellar doors. Had you been to this house before?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where to go.
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the yard,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the neighborhood itself.
Yes, sir.
That neighborhood, you would agree, is made up of a number of through streets and then a number of streets that come off of that that end in cul-de-sacs, right?
Can you rephrase, please? Sorry.
Sure. There is a number of streets that are called through streets that they connect one street to another, right?
Yes.
Adams is one of those streets.
Yes, sir.
And then there's a number of streets that are cul-de-sacs, or they end in little circular dead ends, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what that neighborhood is comprised of, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew that because you'd been there before.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar enough with this house that you just walked up to the back cellar doors, right?
No, when I got there, there was individuals outside who I am friends with, so I did not walk right back up to the cellar doors. I was standing in the front having a conversation.
Okay, but you didn't feel any need to tell anybody, I'm gonna go walk to the cellar doors and go downstairs now, right?
The owner of the house, Tyler Rich, was outside at the initial conversation.
And you didn't feel like you needed to tell him, Tyler, I'm gonna go to the inside the house now, is that okay?
Well, people were starting to walk back to the house, so he was aware that I was there and was aware that with people walking back to the house, I would be among those.
And that it would be okay for you to do so,
Yes, sir.
because you'd been there before,
Yes, sir.
and you were familiar with the layout of the house.
Yes, sir.
And they were familiar with you. You didn't expect anybody to try and stop you when you went to those cellar doors.
No, sir.
And you told us that you went down the cellar steps, but you didn't make it to the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were standing on the cellar steps, could you see into the basement?
I do not recall.
And you don't recall seeing any drinking going on?
No, I do not recall.
You didn't see any evidence of drinking anywhere along the way between the front yard to the cellar steps, wherever you made it ultimately?
No, sir.
And then you told us that you came back because you heard yelling, and that yelling was at their back?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, had the Honda Pilot been there before at that point?
It was previously there and drove away.
It was previously there and drove away sometime before you were there for 20 minutes?
No, the Honda Pilot, their first arrival was when I was already at the house.
When you arrived to the house,
Yes, sir.
was the Honda Pilot there?
No, sir.
You're saying that before you arrived, the Honda Pilot had already been there?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you mean that it had been there before you arrived?
I misunderstood your question. The Honda Pilot was not there prior to my being there.
So when you heard that they were back, what did that mean to you if the pilot had not been there before?
I misunderstood your question. So the Honda Pilot had driven away down the street when I was at the cellar doors. So when I heard the words "they're back," I understood that the car came back down the street and was back at the house.
You didn't see the car,
No, I did not.
and you came back into the front yard.
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
I do not recall exactly. There was a group of individuals walking back through the front.
A large group of individuals, right?
I do not recall exactly, but there was a few people. I was not paying attention to who was with me.
A few, 2 or 3, like with the seltzers, or more?
I do not recall exactly.
30 to 40?
Upon watching the video after, could see that there was a large group, but in the instance where when I immediately walked back to the front, I do not recall.
You don't recall the people that were in the house pouring out into the front yard?
I do not recall.
And you said that when the vehicle came back, it parked right in front of the mailbox, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't on the other side of the street? It
Yes,
was
sir.
right there by that mailbox.
Yes, sir.
And you said you walked out to see with Griffin Marcinzik, correct?
I do not recall saying I walked out with him.
Was Griffin Marcinzik with you?
I do not recall who exactly was with me when I walked back to the front upon hearing they're back.
Okay. You didn't tell us that you walked out with Ryan Hines?
I do not recall saying that. I do not remember who I walked out from the cellar doors back to the front with.
You don't recall telling us that you walked out with Tyler Rich?
No, sir.
When you were in the front yard, you said at least Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were out there, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, everyone ultimately ended up pouring out into the front yard, did they not?
I am not sure if it was everybody, but a large group eventually, there was a large group eventually on the lawn.
Right, it wasn't just a few people, was it?
No, sir.
It wasn't 2 or 3.
No, sir.
And you told us that the car stopped in the middle of the road right in front of the mailbox and that the Shelton High kids all approached the car, correct?
This is prior to the car driving away, you're asking?
Let's focus on what you've told us. You said that you came back out, and the car is parked there by the mailbox, right?
Once I came back out of the cellar doors after I heard yelling that they're back, yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
At that point, everybody poured out of the house, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling us that the Shelton High School kids all approached the car and that there was arguing back and forth?
That was prior. Yes, sir.
Prior to what?
Approaching of the car was when I was still outside having a conversation prior to me ever making it to the back of the house.
When you got there initially, you
Yes,
told
sir.
us you did not see the Honda Pilot,
No, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there outside for 20 minutes or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went down to the cellar door, correct?
No, sir. The car pulled up upon me being outside before I
you went
walked.
to the cellar door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that that's different than what you told us on direct?
I misunderstood what you said, but yes, sir.
When the car pulls up after you've come back from the cellar doors, you go back into the front yard, and at that point, the car is by the mailbox?
Can you rephrase again? Sorry.
What part of it do you not understand, so I know what to rephrase?
It's argumentative.
It's not argumentative. He's asking a question. Why don't you just rephrase the question, Attorney Smith?
Let's go from the cellar doors, okay? You're at the cellar doors, you hear something, you go back to the front yard. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you go back to the front yard, that's when you see the Honda Pilot that you've described being by the mailbox, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, Shelton High School kids all approached the car and there was arguing back and forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you thought that there were 4 to 5 kids in that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you thought that the occupants of that car included Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Snyder, correct?
I learned his name after, but yes, sir.
Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And another person named Anthony Greco, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Greco wasn't there that night, was he?
No, sir.
But you thought he was in that car.
Yes, sir.
You told that to officers.
Yes, sir.
And once these kids go over and there's arguing back and forth, as you described it, where were you at that point?
When the car first got there and what I described as the arguing, I was at the driver's side rear door.
Driver's side, rear door.
Yes, sir.
How close were you to the car?
I do not recall exactly, not far, about an arm's length.
Arm's length away, you could reach out and touch it?
I do not recall exactly, but I was close enough to have a conversation without raising my voice.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 30. Is that the Honda Pilot that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a defect in the windshield on the passenger side?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recall that being there the first time that you saw that vehicle that evening?
I do not recall.
And you said that a glass bottle was thrown out of the car towards the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that glass came from the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where you were standing by the driver's side rear door an arm's length away, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was some arguing and then they sped off, you told us.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody touching that vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking that vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see all the Shelton High kids surrounding that vehicle?
I do not recall because I was at the driver's side. I was just talking.
So if the other kids were all surrounding that vehicle, you couldn't see that from where you were standing by the driver's side?
I was not really paying attention to everybody else.
What were you paying attention to?
I was paying attention into the car and trying to listen to the arguing and what was being said.
You were paying attention into the car and you thought you saw Anthony Greco in there.
I did not know who Anthony Greco was. That was I gained that knowledge upon after.
You gained the knowledge that Anthony Greco was in the car afterwards?
So one second, sorry. I did not know who Anthony Greco was, but upon having a conversation with my friends after, I thought that it was Anthony Greco that was also there, but I did not have any prior knowledge who he was.
So afterwards, before you talked to the cops, you talked to some folks and you decided that Anthony